Welcome to the January 23rd, 2024 County Board Recess Meeting. I'm Board Chair Libby Garvey and joined right here in the room, all of us together, Vice Chair Takis Karantonis, and members Matt DeFranti, Susan Cunningham, and Maureen Coffey. And we will begin with recognitions and reports from the board and the manager. I'm going to start right off with our county manager, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And earlier this month in this room, we had an opportunity to celebrate the outstanding work that was accomplished in every department across our government last year. And I want to thank all the board members who joined in the celebration. We have a very short video with some highlights of that award celebration. And I know this time period I usually recognize one department, but we'll take a look at the achievements of a lot of departments when we roll the video. All right, everybody, I'm so excited we're all together. It's very rare that we're all able to get together and just take a few hours out of our year and celebrate the great things that we do. Now, you're going to hear a lot of things today about the awards that are provided, and this is just a fraction of the work we do during the year. Marcy, over to you.
Let's get this program running, all right?
All right.
All right, first up.
Be blown away by your level of commitment, the way in which you truly feel for our community and the things that you do. And I know that sometimes you don't get recognized for it, but I just wanted to let you know that myself and I know everybody in the executive leadership team and the county board are profoundly thankful for all the work you do. That's it.
That's great. That is great. Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz. And indeed, I'm so glad we're doing, spotlighting this. We're always up here on the dais and the cameras are on us and all the work gets done by so many wonderful people. And it's really important to recognize them because they're really the ones that make this county work. Thank you so very much. All right, that brings us to the chair's report. I have a couple of reports to go over. I wanted to talk just a little bit about ranked choice voting, which has had a lot of interest. And I think, is there one slide before this one, I believe? Thank you. So I'm just going to give a little quick history on ranked choice voting. We are going to be taking this up in February, but I just thought I'd go over how we kind of got to where we are. So in July of 2020, the Virginia General Assembly passed a bill to allow localities to implement ranked choice voting for county board or city council elections, those only. And it required single vote transferable to calculate the winner if they're multiple seat elections, which we had last year. And then in December 2022, the county board adopted ranked choice voting as the election method for the 2023 county board primary election, sort of as a pilot to give it a try, and 2 seats were up. So the single transferable vote was used to calculate the winner. And then, next slide, please. Then, just this last December, the board established that ranked choice voting would be used in all county board primary elections, and that would begin with the June 2024 county board primary. That's this June. And then in a month, in February, we are going to be deciding whether ranked choice voting will be implemented for general elections and how, if we do that, how we want to do it. Would it be in a limited pilot or do we want to just go ahead and establish that that's what we're going to do moving forward? And the other question is, do we make it for single seats or when there are also multiple seat elections using single transferable vote? We will be having discussions about this, I think, throughout the next month. Happy to talk to folks. We've had a lot of discussions already. I continue to be more and more convinced that ranked choice voting for a single seat and ranked choice voting when you have to use the single transferable vote and it's for multiple seats, are two very, very different kinds of elections, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. And I'll invite colleagues if they've got a few comments they would like to make. We won't have an intense discussion because we've got that coming up, but anything you'd like to add? Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am looking forward next month to taking this step, and I know there's been sort of a lot of focused discussion about exactly how this plays out. We have a little bit left to work out. The need to appropriately advertise was key, but I think we're all supportive of moving forward with this and doing it next year, and I fully anticipate in the following year as well. And I think we should focus on what the steps that we're going to take in February. So just a little longer of a wait for those who are fervent supporters. We will get there this year, and looking forward to moving forward.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What an appropriate moment in this year to begin to start this conversation and have this conversation, because you have you're kicking off a visioning process for Arlington 2050, and that's on February 5th, right?
It is, and I'm
So-
about to talk to that next. You're
Exactly.
jumping ahead.
At the same time, we've heard a lot from our community. We made a decision on, this board has made a decision in its previous configuration to have all primaries without exceptions being contested with the RCV system, including the single transferable vote. I am looking forward to the conversation next month. I think that there are a lot of conversations in the community right now. We heard from many citizens, from many organizations. We have heard positive, some skeptical comments. I'm open to hear every single one. Myself, at this moment, the way I approach that is that I believe that RCV, in the form that we have applied that, in the form that our two new colleagues have been elected with, is in the future of Arlington, probably in the short-term future of Arlington. And I'm committing to contribute to this conversation in an as productive and listening and dialoguing manner as I possibly can.
Thank you very much. And I think we all know that this year is going to be a very interesting year for elections in many, many different ways. So we'll be discussing that particular issue at our next meeting. And go ahead.
And I
Ms.
just want
Cunningham.
to share, I certainly am very supportive of the concept of ranked choice. I do think as we talk about it over these next month, that we, like every other decision we have before us this year, budget impact is going to matter and staff capacity is going to matter. So I just want to make sure that pin that for the discussion.
Yes, there is a lot to consider. Yes, thank you. All right, if that's all on this, we will move to, wanted to talk about our kickoff event that we've got coming up, which is very exciting. As I think most people know, we're starting a visioning process. It's going to take the entire year, and we are looking to help get everyone to envision the future of the county. To start this off, excuse me, on February 5th, we're going to launch it with an event, and that will be at the Amazon Merlin building, and we will have a panel discussion. We've got the 4 panelists listed here. I'll go over a little bit kind of how we chose them, if you will. We've got a climatologist and a demographer. I knew we wanted those because how they're going to be the demographics of this region and indeed the planet in 2050, and what the climate is going to be is kind of baked in already, barring some really strange thing happening, which is always possible. But it's pretty solid what that's going to be like. So we have a climatologist and a meteorologist, Jason Salmon of the Post and Hamilton Lombard of UVA's Weldon Cooper Center. And then I wanted us to I thought it'd be good to look at what the business situation, what the economy is going to be like, and education. And very pleased that Dr. Gregory Washington, president of George Mason University, is going to be coming and talking about what he sees for education and more. And Steve Hartel, Vice President of Public Policy at Amazon, will be here to talk about the business climate. So we'll have the panel, we've got the program there, doors are open, we've got some discussion, which I'm really looking forward to, and then we'll have dinner and discussions there over dinner, and a bit of a report out. I'm really excited about it. We're getting a lot of interest. The room has a certain capacity and that we can't exceed. But at this point, we are welcoming, if people would like to be invited, just send an email into us. And I don't know that it's on this slide, but if you go on, we're launching our website today. And I'm sure you can just type in Arlington 2050. It should pop up. And if you would like an invitation, please send your name in. We're keeping a list and want to have cast as wide a net as possible of all different kinds of folks that are coming. And I think that's all. I don't know if any of my colleagues wanted to make any comments. Ms. Cunningham has been helping me a lot on this. If you've got anything you want to add, okay. All right, Mr. DeFranti.
I just think, I'm really looking forward to this. And I just appreciate you staying the course and seeing this through and bringing folks together. It's the right thing to be doing, and grateful for your commitment to it.
Thank you. Thank you. It's exciting. It's really exciting. And then we'll move on to appointments. But before we do this, I'm going to take this opportunity and privilege as chair to announce that this year, when my term ends in December, it will be 28 years of elected public service and about 17 primaries and general campaigns. And I'm loving this work. I love working with the staff, my colleagues, and the residents. I mean, that's the best part of this job in many ways. But at this point, both my head and my heart are telling me it's time I pass the baton. So I'm not planning to seek re-election. To continue the relay analogy, which is kind of a good one, I do intend to sprint to the finish, and looking forward to accomplishing a lot for Arlington in the next 11 months, including this visioning process 2050 we just covered, and then making our community more energy resilient, which I also hope to be really concentrating on. So there's going to be lots of time for proper thank yous and acknowledgements in the future, but I just wanted to let everybody know. And now that brings us to boards and commissions appointments, and I have a long motion to read here, so be patient. I move that we appoint to the Arlington Independent Media Board Richard Archambault and Bryna Helfer. I move that we appoint to the Commission on Aging Michael Bouchard for a term ending January 31st, 2027. Also Catalina Kalachan for the same term, and Katarzyna Shaw for, again, the same term ending in January 31st, 2027. To the Commission of Arts, I move we appoint Emily Cruz for, again, a term ending January 31st, 2027. To the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board, appoint Nan Dreyer for a term ending January 31st, 2028. For the Human Rights Commission, designate Bill Rice as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2024. To the Technology Advisory Commission, appoint Biran Zhang for a term ending January 31st, 2027. For the Transportation Commission, we appoint Meg Flores for a term ending January 31st, 2027, and reappoint Ajin Muratovich for a term ending December 31st, 2026. A second is not required on this motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone who has volunteered to be part of our commissions. They really are part of what helps make this community what it is, and we really appreciate everybody's service. So that brings me now to some board member reports, and I think I will start first with Mr. Carantone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike. Oh, I am muted. That happens here too, right?
It does happen here too,
So,
yes.
Memories of 2021. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a guest today, a commissioner, Mr. Justin Boatner, who is my neighbor, and with whom and his dog Duke, I don't see him,
He's there.
who are both my neighbors. And we have been engaging over the last few months in an active conversation about understanding the universe of challenges that still remain in Arlington for our neighbors, residents with disabilities, especially for those who have to use special devices, wheelchairs, etc. Thanks to Mr. Boatner, I have to say, this conversation really opened my eyes for many details, and details matter in this conversation a lot, about how really tough it is to get around as a person with a disability even in a community that cares a lot about that and is willing to do a lot about that. So for me, he opened my eyes to many, many issues, from, the difficulty sometimes to board a bus because the bus driver maybe forget you, don't see you on the stop, on the bus stop, or the fact that this week we had so many sidewalks that weren't clear enough and easy to navigate, even in very central places in front of bus stops as well, etc. So I invited him today to talk to us about something that we can do better and something that we can add to our strategic portfolio of trying to improve. This is about adjustable height changing stations for adults. Mr. Bodner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Bodner, welcome. And welcome to Duke as well. Welcome to Duke as well. Is it yeah.
Thanks. Oh, I got it. Because
Yep, you got it.
this is pretty easy for me to handle. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Takis, for having me do this today. It's a huge honor. Jesus.
It's all right. Take your time.
Changing Arlington.
Gonna move this a little closer to you.
Thank you, madam. Changing Arlington. The challenges for Arlingtonians with disabilities, adjustable height adjustable changing stations. Next slide. Making Arlington better. Arlington is one of the most beautiful cities in Virginia and is the definition of what every county in Arlington should be like. But why are we stopping the beauty right here and right now? We should, the beauty right here and right now. I believe we can make Arlington better by making it more accessible. Accessibility doesn't have to stop with ramps, braille, wheelchair accessible stalls. It doesn't have to stop right there. We can go above and beyond. Next slide. We can make Arlington, have my laptop out. How can we make Arlington more accessible? By installing height adjustable changing stations in all Arlington County facilities to help individuals with disabilities gain access to their community. Height adjustable changing stations are designed for people like myself to gain access to our community and have dignity, dealing with our toileting needs. A lot of people with disabilities like myself still have to depend on briefs, pull-ups, calves, that type of stuff. A height adjustable changing station would be able to be adjusted to our level, our height level, and give us the ability to take care of our toileting needs. And with the addition of a ceiling hoist for those that are less mobile, they would be able to more independently get themselves onto the changing station. Next slide. Oh, shit. Shoot. Where do we start? High adjustable changing state are, we can start opening high adjustable changing stations in our communities to individuals with disabilities. I'm reading through this, sorry about that.
That's fine. You're doing great.
My friend Sarah adjusted this for me, my bad. But opening up high adjustable changing stations would allow people with disabilities to better gain access to their community. Therefore, we should be considering installing height adjustable changing stations in all buildings that are open to the public, including indoors and outdoor recreational facilities. In Arlington County, parks, schools, libraries, and community centers, and as well as early voting locations, as well as this early voting location right here. Next slide. Costs and requirements. When it comes down to any project, the big concerns are always cost and requirements for these types of facilities. And it's understandable. High adjustable changing stations can cost between $3,000 and $10,000. They're not an easy project to take on. The minimum requirements is 72 inches with safety rails put in place. The facility has to be private, particularly in a family-style bathroom or in a bathroom where privacy is being utilized. Yeah. But the benefits are, well outweighs the costs and requirements. Next slide. All over the U.S., high adjustable changing stations are being constantly installed. Even recently at Reagan National Airport, there has been a new height adjustable changing station. And at the Washington Liberty Pool, there has been one installed, and the public has been significantly improving from that. At most airports and public facilities all across the U.S., including one state having a huge success, high adjustable changing stations are just growing more. And the movement behind changing space ever since 2016 has been gaining a lot of traction. If you have any questions about it, feel free to go to our website, changingspace.com. Next slide. Thank you, and I'm open to some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boatner. Really appreciate this and bringing it to our attention. And we do have our capital improvement program coming up, which is where these facilities, I think, could be put if we're going to do some planning and install some. I really appreciate you coming. Any questions for Mr. Boatner? Mr. DeFranti.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Boatner, and thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for moving this forward. As liaison, I had a conversation, and I really appreciate you surfacing this and getting this subject discussed. I think in November, it was when I met with the Disability Commission, I believe, and so I really want to work with Mr. Karantonis and with you, Mr. Boatner, to see, to focus our work on where we should start on this process. And I do think the capital improvement plan is the place to have a little of this conversation. You may have additional background, Mr. Karantonis or Mr. Boatner, but I think we sort of identified 3 or 4 locations where we could try to start in this area. I think all of us would like to do this. It is also the case that there are parks. For example, we would like our parks restrooms to be open all the time. They are not at the moment. And so both we want to get right with your presentation, Mr. Boatner, and we want to do it in a way that is that keeps progress moving forward and does so in a way that keeps our budget in line with our values, which are about accessibility, but also are mindful of our overall somewhat constrained budget in total. So be looking to you, Mr. Karantonis, and you, Mr. Boatner, to work on this. I think we had identified maybe a park, this facility, and a couple others, a total of 3 or 4 where we would start so we would make progress. And that's what I certainly support the overall need to move forward more quickly. But there is a lot of detail I've discovered on this issue that makes it a little bit of a challenge. So we need to be persistent and actually make progress, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
So, August,
yeah.
you wanted me to pull up another matter, sir?
Come again?
Sorry, you wanted me to pull up another matter revolving the art bus system, sir?
Today, we're having ongoing conversation about, barriers that pop up in everyday life.
Yeah.
So today it's an art bus that didn't stop. Tomorrow will be somebody who didn't, shovel the snow in a central place. The day after tomorrow will be, for example, that we talked about the adult changing station at the National Airport, and this is on the air side, but for somebody who's on the land side, there is none, and there is no access to that, and that's there are a lot of Kafkaesque situations that our residents with disabilities have to deal with. It's not only that we don't have always where we need them, the facilities that we need to have. It's also that they are basically designed in a way that they're not accessible per se, and somebody has to make a lot of effort to get there.
So Mr. Boatner is going to come back and talk about art buses, which is a big topic.
We are celebrating 25 years of art. I think this will be a good place to discuss again how we make our buses more accessible.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Coffey.
Just something quick. One, thank you so much for coming and sharing and using your personal story to bring attention to something that's so important. Something I would highlight that I heard from you is, really thinking of ADA compliance as just the starting point, right? And I think particularly with the disability community, ADA is such a broad blanket that tries to get at a bare minimum for everyone, but the disability community is so diverse and has so many different needs that really having personal advocacy and having those stories to highlight to us where is that insufficient is really important and so helpful. So thank you for being here.
And also, Maureen, I would like to point out that height adjustable changing stations have not been implemented into the ADA at all. There's been multiple attempts in the past decade to get that done throughout our campaign, and no one has been really successful at executing it the way it should be, which is disappointing, but at the same time, that's where we're at. But there's been elected officials from both sides, from all parties, that have agreed on high adjustable changing stations. So
Great.
anything's possible.
Yes.
Even in the
yes.
backward states like Oklahoma.
That's a good point. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. We're looking forward to seeing you again. Really appreciate you coming, bringing this to our attention. Thank you so
Council.
much. Yeah.
Thank you, Council
Thank
Member
you.
Libby.
Thank you. Right. Okay, I think, Mr. Karantonis, is that it for this report?
Yes, and I will be brief. Here is my timer.
Okay.
So it's a report that I owe this board because I had the opportunity and the honor and the privilege to travel to our sister city in Aachen, Germany, in October, and both in the board meeting of November, in December, we didn't have time to take in my report. So I'm delivering it today. Okay, so next slide, please. So 30 years of transatlantic partnership with the city of Aachen. This is actually the graphic that the city of Aachen has produced for the celebration. I find it an amazing picture that merges or the two landscapes, the very different ones, but that's what friendship is about, to bring together people who are maybe a little bit different in their aesthetics and forms. Next slide, please. For everybody who's listening today, what is a sister city? A sister city, according to the definition of our own Arlington Sister City Association, is a broad-based long-term partnership between two communities and two countries. These two cities and their citizens, residents, formally join to learn more about each other and develop friendly and meaningful exchanges in a wide variety of areas. And these exchanges include, but are of course not limited to, government, business, economic development, cultural, educational, social relationships. Not coincidentally, the Arlington Sister City Association, which is a nonprofit organization, was established in 1993, so 30 years of Sister City Association. It is it is where the sister city activity happens and where everything is coordinated, and it works to enhance and promote our region's international profile and foster productive relationships through the aforementioned government, business, economic, cultural, educational, and social channels. We have 4 sister cities at this moment. One is Aachen, Germany. This is where I went in October. Reims in France, Ivano-Frankivsk in Ukraine, and San Miguel in El Salvador. I know, Madam Chair, you're very familiar with all of them because you have been our liaison to the Sister City Association for a very long time, and I just took the baton last year, I believe, or this year. Next slide, please. So where and what is Aachen? Aachen is a German city. It's the westernmost part of the country. This is just next to the Netherlands and Belgium. It is as big as we are, 250,000 residents. 20% are foreign-born. I checked that. It's a college town, 50,000 college students, about 4 big colleges. One will be one that maybe Ms. Cunningham is familiar with. One is the Rhineland-Westphalia Technical University, which is a pretty known institution and a hub. 4 UNESCO World Heritage Site, you see that. This is the place where Charlemagne, Charles the Great, was crowned in 800. It's also the birthplace of Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, who is one of my favorite architects, and it's also a place that has a very lively carnival these days. Next slide. So here is our Arlington delegation. You can see Reed Goldstein, the immediate past chair of the school board, Ms. Hannah Aoun, who was the immediate past chair of the Arlington Sister City Association and the head of our Aachen committee here. Ms. Kösters, next to her, third from left, is Dr. Kösters, I should say, is the equivalent or the counterpart of Ms. Aoun. She's chairing the Sister City Association with Arlington Aachen. Pauline Kao, who is the U.S. Consul General in the close by German city of Düsseldorf, myself, and Mr. Norbert Blum, who was the mayor, one of the vice mayors of the city of Aachen. With us, we had in the delegation also Captain Richard Schub, who is an EMS captain with the fire department. And I should say that our fire department and the Aachen Fire Department have very strong relationship, and this was a very productive visit for reasons that I will mention right after that slide. Next slide, please. So this is how it looked. They have a county board space that is a little bit different than ours. It is very old. It's a problem with maintenance. Since the 7th century, this has been a constant problem for their city manager. We had, as you see, a lot of people attending. I believe that was more than 200 attendees. This is actually the coronation room for Charles the Great and 32 or more German kings after that. So it was quite an honor to be in this room and to address the Friends of Arlington there. Next slide, please. We exchanged gifts with, we brought a original painting of Potomac at dusk is called, and we received also a gift, a painting that depicts the city line of Aachen. Next. This is the entirety of our 2 delegations. These are the Friends of Arlington and Aachen together at this the event. As you see, there is somebody missing here. These are the students and the young people who were not available that morning, but they are actually the blood and the energy of this exchange, because we are receiving a lot of exchange students from Germany, and a lot of our students go to Germany, in the frame of this sister city relationship. Next. So we talked about many things, and we met with staff, even if we were there only for 3 days. I had the opportunity to talk about, and here you see the core active members. Here you see in the yellow, there is a program to help shops to recover after the pandemic. In Aachen was a very big problem, a lot of closed shops. Like here we had vacancies. We talked about land use. We talked about bicycles and cargo bikes. This is here a pedestrian zone where you cannot bike into that, but yes, if you have a cargo bike and you have a small business. And we talked a lot about local transportation and libraries. Next one. The Aachen delegation will visit us here in mid-April. The next Sister City Social and Fundraiser will be on February the 12th from 6 to 8 at Lion Hall. And last slide. So that we saw as well. Aachen has ordered 7 electric battery buses a few years ago, and I could visit the charging facility, etc. They have now 27. They just ordered, and they went at our pace. They ordered 17 in total of these charging stations, and they have another 10 now in order. So that is my report from Aachen.
Thank you. That's
And I'm
great.
sorry I
Appreciate
didn't make it in 3 minutes.
That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. These are big trips and amazing experiences, and I think it's great. Actually, the economic trading partners, we have for this region, Germany, I believe, is number 2 in the world. You wouldn't think, but it's really there's a lot going on between the United States and Germany. I think Ms. Cunningham, you have a few general updates for us from your first few weeks on the board. Yeah.
Great. Well, it's for Maureen and I, it's been 23 days. Yeah, which is a lot of hours, and I think an incredible number of pages of documents and emails and briefings with staff and with community members. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for such a warm welcome. And I have a couple of updates here on the next slide. I just wanted to share my priorities for the year. Haven't finished them all in the first 23 days, but I think about them every day. One is really connecting our people of all ages across the county and all abilities. I'm really excited to dig into that. Secondly, refining our housing investments and planning, and that's been another area I've begun some deep dives on already, and we'll have a couple of those conversations shortly. And then third is using resources efficiently. So I'll keep mentioning the budget question. And just to share so people know where to find me, these are the commissions and groups that I will be working with: arts, parks, kids, sports in the Connect Our People. And then on housing and planning, Columbia Pike Partnership, Historic Affairs, Housing, and the IDA. And then on the others, particularly a focus on environment with our C2E2 group, real estate, civil service, and then for regional, the Air Quality Committee and Chesapeake Bay and Water Resources Committee. That's it.
Thank you. It gives you an idea of how much we do, because everybody's got that many commissions and groups. It's been busy, I'm sure. All right, that brings us to regional reports, and we're going to go back to Mr. Karantonis, I think, for a report on VRE and Amtrak station.
Thank you. This time I will really try to be brief. If we can pull up the slide
Good again.
and start with the second one. I have the privilege to represent Arlington. Here it is, yes. To represent Arlington on the VRE Operations Board. As we all know, and we have discussed it here several times, there is an ongoing project to build a new station, a new VRE station and Amtrak station in Crystal City at the location that you're seeing here. The leadership of VRE, the executive leaders of VRE, has let us know that they are ready to bring to the board, to the operations board, for approval the contract to design at least 3 of these 4 phases that you see here to 90%. The whole construction will cost approximately, is slated to cost about $69 million. We very much hope, so this is the platform that you see in green that is exiting, that has also an exit and entrance on the water park on the south side. This is the Amtrak platform that is a little bit higher, which is on the orange. This is the orange part. And we will be able to proceed with CC to DCA, which is the connector, the pedestrian connector to the national airport. And the part that is not yet completely committed for design is the yellow part that connects to the plaza and to Crystal Drive. We are working very diligently with JBG and other stakeholders to get all these ducks in a row so that we can take advantage of the construction windows, the relatively narrow construction windows we have for this project. I just wanted to update the board that this is ongoing. This is a critical investment. This means that Amtrak trains and VRE trains will actually stop at the national airport, which is a enormous addition to our transportation network. So
Yeah,
that's
makes it a major hub, and it keeps getting better. Thank you so very much. And Ms. Cunningham, I think you're going to talk a little bit about some of those many groups that you mentioned earlier.
I am. Just a very brief report, this is for our Council of Governments, the Chesapeake Bay Policy Committee. And I wanted to bring this one back both because we've had a lot of conversations and we'll continue a lot of conversations about trees, but also because it's really fun to get grounded in our regional priorities and challenges as well. And though we have lots of work to do here in Arlington, the region still really looks to us as leaders and looks to us for inspiration and innovation, and had a great deal of shout outs both to current staff in the urban forestry team and to former board members and their leadership across the county. So just wanted to bring that back, and I think there's just 2 slides here. First of all, I loved their Swiss Army knife analogy, because I know that our most recent interim county board member was called the Swiss Army of board members. But truly, trees do so much for us, and I just want to share that graphic. And we can argue, and we will, about all of these numbers. So they're the old 2018 numbers that COG uses. They use a particular consistent analysis across all of the counties, and it's a little different than some of the analyses we do. But I just want to, rather than the specific numbers, show all the way to the right there just how profound the tree loss is in the region, and that we are barely holding on to our own in 2018. And I think, again, depending on how you look at that, it's positive or negative. So much more to come on that, but just wanted to share that back.
Thank you. Very interesting on the trees. Appreciate that. And that's a great commission. I was on there. They really are great folks and do great work. And then finally, I think, Mr. DeFranti, you have a quick update on Metro, which I think we're going to be talking about a lot this year.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate the flexibility. This will be brief. I just want to call to everyone's attention that Senator Surville and one other senator brought forward legislation, and there was a very helpful Washington Post article in the last week that essentially said that the governor made a commitment to try to address some of the funding issue that we have been so worried about. And I know all of us are very interested in this, and so I just wanted to articulate it here in this context, because forever I've been worried that that was our biggest challenge, and at least there is, Senator Surville explicitly said, I would not have brought this legislation forward on the monumental sports without a commitment from the governor to address the 2-year short-term funding problem. What that means, we will certainly discuss and perhaps litigate and legislate, but it is a very hopeful sign that we had not had a month ago. So thanks.
Thank you. No, I agree. The devil, of course, is in the details, but I saw an article about that. I thought, ooh, a glimmer of hope. So that's great. Thank you so very much. All right. I think that brings us to the manager's report, and I think our manager has a number of reports for us that we'll probably do a little discussing about, too.
Right.
Go ahead, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 5 items. We're going to start off number 1, which is an update to the community on where we are with Barcroft land use analysis. And I'm going to ask Matt Matuzik and Olivia Sontag to magically appear. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. They're out there.
That's not Olivia,
Okay,
but
well,
maybe Melissa will do?
Yeah, we're gonna start with Melissa Danowski, who is in a secure location, remote, to walk us through the beginning of the presentation. We'll have Matt and Olivia come in and join us.
Thank you so much. I will be starting off our presentation, so I'll just give a little time for, I think, Matt and Olivia to pop it up on the screen. If not, I can.
Matt's here in person now.
There we go.
Thank you so much. So I'm Melissa Danowski again with the Housing Division, and I'm the overall Barcroft project coordinator. As we previewed during the December County Board meeting, we're now shifting into the land use phase of the Master Finance and Development Plan, or MFDP. And as we move forward with analysis and engagement around the land use aspects, Matt Matusik and Olivia Sontag from the Planning Division will be leading those conversations with county stakeholders and within the community. So for today's update, I'd like to start with a brief overview of our background and project priorities, which will help inform the land use phase before turning it over to Matt Matusik. Next slide. In the fall of 2021, Arlington County learned that Barcroft Apartments was for sale, and at the time, Barcroft was the largest market rate affordable apartment community in Arlington, or MARC. The sale process was highly competitive, and the sale listing received a lot of interest. So fortunately, instead of being purchased by a developer interested only in market rate development, Arlington County was able to provide a $150 million loan, and the Amazon Housing Equity Fund provided a $160 million loan to assist with the acquisition of Barcroft Apartments by Gyre Lynch Real Estate Partners. And as a result of the acquisition, all 1,335 units were committed to 99 years of affordability, up to 60% area median income, and no resident was displaced as a result of the acquisition. Next slide. So this slide is a summary of county board and community engagement to date. Immediately after Gyre Lynch's acquisition in December 2021, Gyre Lynch conducted resident outreach and engagement that helped inform their MFDP. So the Gyre Lynch MFDP for the property describes the initial Gyre Lynch proposal for how Barcroft Apartments will be renovated or redeveloped in the long term. And Gyre Lynch submitted a preliminary draft of this plan in October 2022. And then separately, a use permit was approved this past summer for the first renovation phase that contains 93 units. So since the submittal of the Gyre Lynch MFDP, staff and the Gyre Lynch team have been focused on review and analysis, as well as engagement with residents in the larger community. Gyre Lynch hosted town halls for the residents and also attended commission and other stakeholder meetings to receive feedback. So finally, in December, the county board approved several items, including a second renovation phase use permit, a site-wide affordable housing financing plan, the first renovation phase financing commitment letter and term sheet, and a HUD Pro Housing grant ratification. Next slide. So in case it's helpful, we pulled guidance from 2 previous county board sessions in which board members shared their vision for future development potential and the opportunities presented within this community. So many of the county board's remarks during these sessions focused on thinking big and bringing forward amenities that could serve residents and the broader community. So Gyre Lynch had an opportunity to hear this vision and balance it with the economics of the site, which have changed dramatically since the acquisition. Gyre Lynch's land use proposal attempts to find the sweet spot in considering additional density with what the market can absorb. It also demonstrates boldness with the affordability proposals the county board considered in December to meet resident needs and deepen affordability, among other things. Next slide. As we launch into the land use aspects of Gyre Lynch's MFDP, I wanted to review our project priorities for Barcroft. So first, the continuing commitment to no displacement of current residents. This includes the commitment to rent stabilization. This means as portions of Barcroft Apartments are renovated or redeveloped, those residents earning at or below 80% of the AMI will be able to move back to a substantially renovated or new construction home while maintaining their current rents capped at 3% annual increases. And property management also works with residents who share they're unable to afford a rent increase on a case-by-case basis to waive or reduce their rent increase and connect them to county subsidy programs and services. So in addition to the commitment to no displacement, Jolly Lynch and the county are committed to meeting deepening affordability needs at the property. Deepening affordability will be provided through the provision of at least 134 units across the property for residents who earn up to 30% AMI, which is 10% of the total 1335 affordable units. Additional support of residents with deep affordability needs will be provided through subsidy programs such as housing grants. And Jolly Lynch will also provide up to 10% of the affordable units for permanent supportive housing clients, which would be phased in upon unit turnover and over the course of the 10-year redevelopment and renovation period. And those are in addition to the 134 units committed at 30% AMI. And the county is committed to meeting deepening affordability needs while also capturing savings that may be available to manage the $150 million county acquisition fund loan used to help Jolly Lynch acquire the property. These anticipated savings are important due to the significant increase in the cost of capital to the county, because interest rates have jumped dramatically since the 2021 acquisition. For example, debt service on the county's short-term $150 million line of credit is currently $9 million interest only, and that is more than 4 times what was originally projected at the time of acquisition in 2021. And the increase is coming directly out of the county's annual Affordable Housing Investment Fund, or AHIF, appropriation. This puts a strain on the county's AHIF budget and the ability for the county to undertake new projects. And an example of managing the financial aspects is sticking to Jolly Lynch's proposed phasing schedule for the tax credit projects as closely as possible. If the land use process Matt Matusik will be discussing is delayed or prolonged and proposed renovation and new construction projects are unable to move forward as planned in 2024 to 2025, may have a direct cost to the county. And lastly, the financing and affordability plan approved by the county board in December took into account Jolly Lynch's land use proposal, which again, Matt Matusik will soon walk through. If changes are made to Jolly Lynch's land use proposal that Jolly Lynch indicates will impact the financial and affordability terms that were approved in December, it will prompt broader conversation within the county and Amazon. So unless and until that happens, however, the financial and affordability terms approved in December reflect the Jolly Lynch, county, and Amazon commitments in those areas, and it would take county board action to amend those commitments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt Matusik.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. What I'd like to do is shift gears into the land use analysis that we're beginning to engage upon. And really, before we can do that, it's important to recall earlier planning efforts which helped establish the vision for this site. This slide captures just a glimpse of how staff and consultants engaged the community over multiple years, relying on charrettes and testing various planning scenarios. Following the initial emphasis on the commercial nodes in the early 2000s, a decade later, the second phase of the Columbia Pike Initiative finally addressed the residential portions of this corridor. In each instance, a policy document was created to capture the community-supported vision and later implemented through its own form-based code, which is an optional zoning tool with prescriptive regulations guiding both redevelopment and preservation. More recently, Jolly Lynch has worked closely with county staff to engage Barcroft residents on their specific priorities for moving forward. As was well documented this past December, the commitment to no displacement of current residents, along with rent stabilization, were frequently emphasized in these conversations. This top priority, along with other feedback collected from Barcroft residents, will represent one of the starting points for the upcoming planning effort as we invite other stakeholders to join the conversation. Next, I'll briefly speak to the policy context for our work. To set the context for our upcoming analysis, staff will primarily focus on earlier policies which provided the most explicit guidance for Barcroft's future. Given the scale of envisioned development and the nature of the distinct property, we will also utilize other comprehensive plan elements which offer equally important guidance. One of our many objectives will continue to be the balance between competing priorities on the 60-acre site and the identification of trade-offs as we consider the proposal from Jolly Lynch. As we review the proposal, staff will be working with the community to understand both consistencies with our policies and where any deviations may occur, warranting further study and review. This slide provides an initial comparison between the illustrative plans we've developed for Barcroft through those earlier planning efforts and Jar Lynch's interpretation of that vision as it responds to the updated affordability goals in their master financing and development plan. There are obviously many other layers of information for us to synthesize, which we plan to accomplish over the coming months to ensure productive conversations with our stakeholders. To help us do that, we've organized our initial staff assessment into 4 distinct categories of review. In each case, we'll be considering additional details of the Jar Lynch proposal to better understand how it may already be meeting our adopted policies. In instances where the proposal is deviating, we will investigate if further design solutions are warranted or if any of the more specific policies for Barcroft merit potential adjustments. Should the proposal evolve through this process, we will also be ready to concurrently review any associated financial impacts of those decisions and prepare necessary updates to the materials presented this past December. We also wanted to briefly touch on our engagement plan for this effort. Given the distinct background of our stakeholders and the dense nature of material we must cover, we believe the following approach is most strategic to accomplishing this work in a reasonable amount of time. Staff plans to engage residents and the broader community to first focus on the adopted vision for Barcroft as prescribed in our comp plan documents and the more specific guidance offered in the Columbia Pikes 2005 Revitalization Plan and the 2012 Neighborhoods Area Plan. Emphasis in the first half of this year would remain on those 4 topics we mentioned earlier, with a return to the County Board anticipated in early summer. This phase of work would be followed by a more technical review of both form-based codes in the second half of 2024. However, the purpose of those subsequent exercises will be to ensure each form-based code document accurately reflects the vision for Barcroft that was just updated. To accomplish this, we will rely on our working group from the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, which already represents each civic association along Columbia Pike and whose members are very familiar with this topic. Since other policy documents will be discussed, staff will be expanding this roster to involve representatives from other committees and commissions for this first half of 2024. We are also mindful of continuing to capture community perspectives and have invited several organizations to join us, including the Barcroft Resident Council. This expanded working group will be supported by an interdepartmental staff team led by CPHD. To further highlight the nature of the upcoming engagement, this graphic captures the full scope of what is anticipated between February and July of this year. As you can see, beyond the working group and staff working closely with them, additional opportunities for virtual and in-person engagement are planned to reach the broader community and keep them involved. I would also like to highlight things like our pop-up events and open house, which present timely opportunities for everyone, including board members, to check on our progress and provide timely input. Again, this emphasizes the next 6 months of work while we revisit the vision for Barcroft. The second half of the year would resemble our more traditional approach of engaging the technical amendments with our regular Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group and the Planning Commission Zoning Committee. So to wrap it up, staff is looking for the County Board support in pursuing these 4 topic areas as we engage with the community and return in early summer with updates and recommendations. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, anything else? I'll see if colleagues have any questions. I don't know that they will because we've been briefed.
Yeah, we're looking to see if we've set the right tone for direction and process.
Yeah, all right. Looks pretty good to me. It's interesting. This was a complex deal to begin with, and then you add in the doubling of the interest rates since it started, and it gets even more complex. Colleagues, any questions at this point? I think we've got a lot of opportunities with the public sessions to participate some, but I will start at that end and work my way down.
Just very quickly to underscore what you led off with, which is the timing for any project, for any housing project, is directly related to the affordability of said project. And so I think in this one, we will be very, very focused on making sure we can make our processes work quickly, but in all of them we should, because as we work on housing affordability, making the speed of a project go as fast as possible will help the residents as well.
Yep. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Matuzik, in particular for the last slide that sort of tried to really highlight for us the 4 areas. And I don't, those seem like the right 4 areas to me. There's a lot to consider with respect to Barcroft, but those are the areas where I think we need that further exploration. And so I'm fully supportive. I wouldn't rule out that something else could come in, but at least for this board member, you have the full head nod that those areas are the right direction for us to be working in. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DiFerranti. Mr. Karantanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the work already and for kicking off a process that seems to be pretty swift. I mean, a year is is a pressured time for a project that is so complex. And I think that the preparation is excellent. I think that the way you are engaging the communities and you list the stakeholders is excellent. There are a couple of things that I want to point out. Number one, yes, everything we did in Barcroft was first and foremost focusing on affordability. I'm continuing to be very interested in deep affordability and expanding to what we already said that is financially viable from the get-go. I know that when we are going to discuss land use, we will be unlocking possibilities, and I'm eager to find ways to support and stabilize affordability even further than what we have talked until now. That's number one. Number two, when we are talking with all involved stakeholders, and especially with the Barcroft community, it is an amazing opportunity to make sure that they work with us not only to establish and to defend the affordability of the place, but to make it a great place to live. We want to be at the end of this project showing maybe, the region at the very least, what a great project this may be. It's worth all this money that we have invested in that already, us and our partners. And I think we merit a excellence here. And I believe that we have to, give the extra pressure to this community to help us get to excellent results. I am absolutely optimistic that we can make that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The nod is implied.
Thank you. It's coffee.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this. I would highlight, I think two critical areas for me is the continued engagement of the folks who are actually currently living there. I know that that's been a priority, and I just would love to see that continue to be at the top of the list, making sure we're doing preservation and keeping people in their homes and in their communities as we move forward on kind of these more complicated phases of how do we get from where we are today to where we see the end of the project going. And then I think, the deep affordability, making sure that financing and the changes we've seen over the last few years are going to have to shift some of how we've thought about this, but really preserving those end goals and how we get there. I think that's important to me, but you have my enthusiastic support, and I really thank you for the difficult work that has gone into getting us here so quickly and so swiftly, but we're really happy to see what you've come forward with.
Great. All right. I want to thank you for the structure and really making it clear where we're headed and how we got here. And it's for us, for the board, and for the community. And I think you've got a nice virtual 5-member head nod here to move forward. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Yeah. No, thanks a lot. Not easy work. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, next up, I wanted to give you an update on Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative, CMRI 2.0. And with real estate assessment notices going out, we pushed out some information at the beginning of January that talked about where our real estate market is. We also, unfortunately, our vacancy rate continues to climb up a little bit. We're over 22%. But just to remind people, the county board held a work session on October 10th of last year to discuss the implementation of CMRI 2.0. And we talked about office conversion, repositioning, redevelopment, tenant support, and placemaking. And so I wanted to give you an update. In February, staff will be coming to the county board and asking you to authorize requests to advertise for action in the second quarter to amend the zoning ordinance. And these amendments are going to cover a few goals. I wanted to give you a highlight of what those will be. First off is expanded opportunities for shared parking and off-site parking for businesses, particularly in those buildings that are not regulated by site plans. And so this is a precursor to a broader discussion this year about the viability of parking districts to meet the parking needs of our businesses. This was highlighted in the presentation. Very often, you'll have a business that, if it could take advantage of parking very near to it, would be able to move ahead as opposed to following the requirements we have right now, and I think that will make that a little bit easier. Second is updating parking requirements for fitness centers, which under our current ordinance have really very high parking requirements related to, and sort of ironic, but it does.
I'm sorry, they should all be running there, right?
Yeah, people should be running there both ways.
Pardon my,
Right.
sorry.
Third up is to consider large media screens, which will be named the outdoor visual entertainment in certain commercial districts that will help with placemaking. So those will be coming to the board in February. On the administrative side, we're looking to come up with improvements on how we pilot the landscape plan amendment process. And we have a few ideas that we'll be talking about more specifically that hopefully will improve the efficiency. So after February, within the first 6 months of the year, we're also going to bring forward the following items. Adaptive reuse, which is a new process to consider how we can more quickly facilitate change of use within existing buildings. So this would include incorporating updates to the green building policy that talks about how embedded carbon works with various buildings. We're also going to be looking for new flexibility with the sign ordinance, specifically focused on monument signs and the number, size, and placement of rooftop signs. We're also going to be bringing to you in the first 6 months aligning site plan conditions with the current Arlington County retail plan. We've talked about that before. The retail plan was adopted in 2015. There are a lot of legacy site plans that would be able to take advantage of those better conditions that have been in place for the last 9 years. Two items that we're exploring over the next few months include changes for the zoning ordinance that look at the value and impact of storage uses in office buildings, and the process for converting underutilized parking spaces. So we also, separate from that, but certainly related, we're going to be coming forward with a review of our comprehensive plan, and that will be an opportunity to talk about our special general land use plan studies and also looking at administrative guidance on office conversions. And after that, we've saved a big one for later in the year, which is talking about our major and minor site plans. The point here is to let you know that we promised we'd be coming to you with sort of a regular rhythm of items, and starting next month we will do that. Just to remind the community, this is a little bit different how we do some of our zoning ordinance amendments. We'll come to you for a request to advertise, and then we'll have the public engagement process. Assuming that when we do the advertise, we'll at least allow a couple of months before we come back to the board for adoption. So that is an update on that. I'm happy to take any questions or refer them to staff I have sprinkled throughout the audience.
Thank you. I don't know that we have any questions. I know, Mr. DeFrant?
Just a brief comment, given that Mr. McCauley, Ms. Hunger, Ms. Flanagan-Watson, Mr. Fusarelli, and Ms. Byrd, and you, of course, Mr. Manager, are all here. I think it is important to reiterate strong support for the direction that we are going in. There's been much written about how office vacancy is a huge challenge. Our commercial assessment we'll discuss more as we head deeply into the budget process, but just strong support for the work you're doing here. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Onward. Also, last month, I said I would be coming back with an update on our efforts in Green Valley related to policing. I wanted to give you an update on that. And we continue to meet with the members of the community, engage with them, and we have ongoing series of meetings. So a little bit of an update that happened in December. In addition to the police were able to facilitate a visit from Santa and Mrs. Claus, as well as the Grinch. And our police and fire staff continue to partner with a mentoring and tutoring program we have down at the Drew Community Center. So in December, we saw about 130 hours of specific engagement by Arlington County Police, including officers walking the town square, meeting people at the Lucky 7, including staff and patrons, working with neighbors. We've spent a lot of time working with people at Drew Park, outside of Drew Park, who are doing drinking and trying basically to disperse them. I think that we've seen a difference in some of the behaviors there. We've talked with business owners. We've done security surveys and foot patrols around the Shelton and Macedonia. We're using variable messaging boards. I'll be able to come back to you with some more details next month. We're exploring a number of potential parking and traffic adjustments to some of the signage there. We were able to announce 3 arrests associated with the 2 shooting incidents in December. And I want to thank the police department's homicide and robbery unit for their excellent work there. We're also very close, and I'll have an announcement on rolling out a dashboard that will allow members of the community to go in and query crime numbers by civic association. I think that'll give people good context. Because, as you know, we focused on Green Valley. I did want to put that focus in context. So the Group A offenses that we track, which mostly cover felonies, were higher in 11 other civic associations, higher than what's going on in Green Valley. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you all civic associations are created alike. Some are in more urban areas, some are in less urban areas. But the reason why we're focusing on Green Valley has to do with firearms crimes, where Green Valley is in the top 3 or 4 in the county. We're doing the work there, but it's not to the exclusion of the work. I've asked, why are we only focusing on Green Valley? That's really not the case. We're focusing on what's going on in Clarendon and Pentagon City and other areas of the county. So we're going to continue those conversations. We've also committed to continuing conversations with the community about how cameras will be used and the potential use of ShotSpotter. And finally, we're going to continue these updates, as I said, on the ACPD website, and we are continuing a number of meetings with the community. So I wanted to give that as a quick update, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have that on those.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for our manager? Yeah, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not trying to monopolize the mic, but I will say we had the board meeting in December, and then right after my daughter was born, but I will tell you that I was very pleased to see ACPD's work with respect to the 3 arrests. Firearms is a national challenge, and so arrests where there are firearms is particularly important. I just think it's important that we highlight that as progress. I also very much appreciate ACPD's work with the group of individuals congregating and the on-foot work that is not easy to do, but is very important because you're a different feel of community policing if you're on foot than if you're in a car. At least it seems to me. Mindful that I've never. It's our police officers who put themselves on the line. So just wanted to, I'll be curious to see whether there's equal coverage of that progress as there was of the challenge. But the residents who sat there and said we wanted results, you have followed through, and so has ACPD, and I think it's important to say thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In alignment with Mr. DeFerrante's comments, I have to say, yes, obviously, presence pays off. Presence works. We see that when we do community policing, even if we are just getting again into the habit of doing that, in the particular places in Green Valley, that this is bringing results. What I want to ask you is whether we are thinking a little bit already, a little bit beyond just the policing part. So, for example, is the economic development environment there somewhat of an issue for us? I do believe. I mean, it's very difficult to pull to start a business right around the plaza there. We have had challenging situations with the pharmacy, other small businesses. They don't really. They are not in a great place. And these are the kind of eyes on the street that we know. This is the kind of activity that actually, creates the social control of the place, so that the place becomes safer and more amenable. Do we think in these things, or are we working on these?
We are, and I don't want to underestimate the challenges. We've had staff in conversation. I've been actually talking with Paul Bernard from AHC, who's been working with the owner of Lucky 7, and there's a nearby pharmacy and the developments there. And our economic development staff, our small business group, have been spending time there, but it is continues to be a challenge, and not just with economic development, but we've involved our Parks Department, our Department of Environmental Services, and then Chikwe Njoku, who is with our Neighborhood Services Division, is a frequent participant in all those conversations. And they remain a challenge, I wish I had clear report on those things that showed markers of success. I think it would require a lot of effort on our part to continue to move that ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Coffey?
Yeah, I would just also like to associate myself with the comments about, making sure we're doing the other things as well, really looking at the holistic picture, making sure that we're thinking about community building and engagement and developing relationships. And I know we've talked about this individually, but I really think that, there's a lot of different needs for different people in the community, and making sure we're addressing each of those as a system and not just focusing on the policing side.
All right, thank you. I had one question. I was thinking, listening to I think the dashboard's a great idea. And it's so important to put the dashboard kind of shows progress, to put things in a context. I wonder if we might, on the page with the dashboard, possibly have information about what else is going other areas of the region, and other jurisdictions, because what happens in Arlington doesn't happen in a vacuum, and sometimes it's maybe good to remind people about that. It's just a thought, and it may not work out, but I think sometimes people will look and go, well, but actually, comparatively, we're doing pretty well. We're just subject to the same kinds of forces that everybody else is. So thank you. Just a thought. All right, I think you've got a few more. You're doing great, Mr. Manager.
one more.
We do. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms.
It's
Cunningham.
okay. I had two quick questions. One is the timing of the dashboard rollout. Do you have a range or an idea of when it's coming?
Well, I've learned very often to underpromise and overdeliver. So I'm going to say we'll be in the next 2 weeks. The police chief and I, and actually he had a conversation with you and me about this. He was hoping to do it this week, but it's already Tuesday. So,
All right.
so I consider that almost the end of the week.
Weeks is better than months.
Yeah,
That sounds
in
great.
the next couple of weeks.
And then second, in addition to all the work that we have done, and I appreciate the investment there, I have heard from community members a strong desire for better parking enforcement. Where does that fit within the plan?
Right. So Captain Washington, Damon Washington, I don't know if you know him, he's down there and he's going to be working with, I'm glad Hui is right here in the room with me today. He is putting together a list of items that deal with parking time restrictions and adjusting some of the way the traffic flows through there. Hui is a very busy person, but that is going to be on her list over the next month. She was just told about it in the last 5 seconds.
Great.
It's good to have flexible staff.
Right. So thank you for that. I wanted to also give you an update, and we'll have a lot more coming on this in the budget, about our approach on teen substance use and programming. As the board well remembers, in late November, you approved $750,000 in one-time funding. And so we have had staff from several departments working on this important initiative, and that's included a lot of effort from my office, the manager's office, the Department of Parks and Recreation, our Department of Human Services, our juvenile domestic relations staff that work with the courts, and as well as senior staff from other departments, and as well as a very strong and we've always been having conversations with Dr. Crawford and other folks over at Arlington Public Schools. And while we're looking at all aspects of the problem, which, as you know, as you just pointed out in the other conversation we just had, is not simply a question of substance use, but about education, prevention, and intervention. We do believe right now we're focusing our plans on the highest priority, which are those youth and family who are most in crisis. And those are typically what our folks, friends at Arlington Public School call the Tier 2 and Tier 3 levels of acuity. So here are a few highlights in our initial thinking. For education and engagement, schools and county, we do a lot of education and training already. So one of the first things we found is that publicizing those programs, the county programs to the schools and vice versa, would seem to a lot of people to seem, well, you must have been doing that already. Well, maybe we were, but a lot of people within each organization weren't aware of things, so we're focusing on that. We're also going to be focusing on enhancing language translation and improvements to our website, and a lot of time spent with direct outreach. That's sort of the first bucket. The second one on prevention and programming. In addition to, we have a lot of after-school and weekend programs that our Department of Parks and Recreation offers. We've expanded already our weekend teen programming, and we're working on expansion of soccer programming as well as a pilot program at Kenmore Middle School. And I expect these programs are going to go live before I come to you in February with the budget release. So stay tuned, details on that coming out in the next couple of weeks. On intervention, this is the Tier 2 and Tier 3 area that I mentioned earlier. A lot of time and care is spent talking about options such as additional case management for those teens and families in crisis, as well as targeted mentoring programs. So I wanted to mention something. I hope this doesn't get lost. We're viewing these programs that we're going to bring forward as pilots. Okay, we want to make sure that we have some level of evaluation that they're actually making a difference and that they're going to be effective. And so finally, I think the board also knows that we've been focusing on teen mental health for a while, and this board provided investments, and that we've made great progress in hiring 4 counselors from our Department of Human Services who are going to be physically located in the high schools. We have 2 already in place, one at Wakefield and the other at Washington Liberty, and the remaining 2 are right now being onboarded and will be going to work at Yorktown and the Career Center. So we're going to have a lot more details. We continue to meet with stakeholders, not just at the schools and county departments, but I've attended a couple of meetings with Voice, and we are working with other outside organizations for getting their input. But we'll have a lot of details on this rolled into the budget presentation. You know, I keep telling people it's coming with the budget, and they say, oh, well, that's so far away. It's not that far away, actually. I'm in a little state of panic because we have to wrap up our deliberations. We'll be to the board at the February meeting, and before that, we'll be briefing you and also the stakeholder groups that we've talked about before we actually do the formal budget presentation.
Wonderful, thank you. I imagine there may be some questions. Maybe I'll start. Ms. Coffey, do you have any questions at this point? Mr. Carantonis, I'm going to work this way down. Mr. Carantonis?
I wish. So first of all, thank you for updating us on this. This is extremely important. We appropriated $750,000 for as immediate as possible action here. Can you give us an idea of how this rapid action amount is deployable right now?
Right. So I think what you're, I can talk a little bit about sort of where the budget mechanics, which I know you're all familiar with. But having this money in hand will mean when we're making a presentation to you in February, we're going to be saying, this is how we're going to be spending that chunk of money you've given us. And then we'll also be looking forward. I can already tell you I've set aside some funds for potential ongoing programs that could flip off of those pilots if they're successful starting July 1st. So that one-time money will be spent in the areas I just outlined. As far as the specific details, they're in process of being finalized, and we'll bring that to you over the next few weeks.
Just as a follow-up to that, one thing that I've heard from many members of the community, and I think that this is something that really, I found the support for this and the logic and the intellectual capital was invested in that important, is doing some work on educating on adverse childhood experiences, the so-called ACEs, which is purely educational, and it really affects and tries to reach the subjects who are not typically going to come to our other programs. Mm-hmm. And also creates a level of sensitivity in the community for a problem that's quite pervasive and affects a lot of people. So is there any thinking about, progressing on this?
There is, and I will tell you, I don't have the specific details with me on that, but we'll follow up with you on that, and that should be part of this overall package, which, is pulling together a lot of the threads you talked about and a lot of other threads, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, I have more than 2, but I'll try to be quick. First question is, how can partners outside of the county participate? Will there be a way for proposals to be brought forward, or an RFP or anything grant-related?
There hasn't been a final decision on that. I will tell you that in meeting with some of the outside stakeholders, they've come to us with proposals, with glossy, and it's not meant to be negative, to say glossy packets with, here's this program or here's that program. And so to the extent people come to us with offers, we'll have to go through some sort of impartial procurement process to sort of bring on these people, and they'll need to meet the requirements of where the location is going to be, whether it's schools, whether it's a community center. We have a lot of camps and other programs that operate during the summer that have made themselves available. So we'll have information when we come forward about how people might be able to access a pot of money to be brought on for some of those programs.
Great. Second question is, how are we involving youth themselves in the feedback and the voice of what programs we should have?
Right. So we have, at this point, we, in our community centers, we have staff that have been interacting with the kids out there. Some of them seem to be very willing to offer their opinions, some aren't. And also, we met with Virginia's Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement, a voice. They've been holding sessions with the teenagers, and they're summarizing the material for that and giving us some input. I also think they're doing a meeting on February 7th with, I think they're having they said about 200 teenagers coming. That should be fun, and getting some input from them. So this isn't something, I want people to understand, this is an ongoing process. It's not like we in the government are going to have all the answers. We will hear from teenagers. We've talked before about some of the challenges of getting teenagers at certain age levels to even talk to us, but we will not stop that process. And even as we roll out the programs, given their pilots, we'll want to hear, and we do hear from the kids about what it is that's working and isn't working. So we've had some of that initial feedback. I think we'll hear a lot more from them over the next few months.
All right, and then the final one, as we're planning the evaluation of the pilots, are we also comparing, contrasting, and evaluating existing ongoing programs so that we might find places where we can stop doing some things and start doing other things?
Short answer is yes. If you're going to ask me what the criteria we're using, I don't have that hand. You can ask me that next time.
All right, thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I really appreciate this. The pilot at Kenmore is particularly of interest to me. There is John Fody, and there's a group that is working on after-school programs for elementary. Our focus here is middle and high school. That Kenmore possibility is really exciting to me. I think February seems like a great time frame. I also am mindful, we just had the conversation, and there's been discussion of programs for teens in and around Green Valley. And then there was discussion at one point about, first completing a gap analysis. I kind of feel like the work has moved forward and you're sort of partway finding solutions as you're seeing the gap analysis complete. But the timeframe of February for a more full update also sounds good to me. But
right, and you brought up the gap analysis. I will tell you, at least based on what I've been briefed on, the real challenge we face, and this is a challenge we face in Arlington, which challenge we face throughout the country, is dealing with these kids who are tier 2 and tier 3 who really need, these are kids who in many cases are already addicted or are on the brink of addiction, who really need, when I say intervention, they need the government to step in, but they also need to enable the people who are their caregivers and the families and the communities to have the tools. And I will tell you, that's an incredible challenge. There's not as many resources out there as we would like. So I want people to understand that, if we could magically write a check and get it done, it would have been done a long time ago.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Manager.
All right.
I think, this is an issue, government cannot do it all. It's just really a social issue, and I appreciate the efforts that have been made, and there's a lot more work to do. Thank you.
All right, so I figured I'd wrap up with all of our favorite topic, which are buses. So I'm going to ask Mike Moon and Hui Huang to come up here. Well, you can come up here because you'll be closer to the action.
Yeah.
No, one of you has to sit next to me. It's called accountability. I'm going to turn it over to you, Mike, and Hui is going to start. Hui's going to start a presentation because there have been a lot of questions from board members about where we stand, and I said on Saturday would give you an update, so I'm going to turn it over to Hui. Over to you.
Great. Here's one.
Thank you. This is, sorry. Thank you. This is about the topic of zero emission buses and our commitment to environment sustainability. And as you have been in so many discussions with us, that there is a February 1st deadline for the DRPT annual grant application. So staff has been working hard of putting all the grant applications together. They came in small pieces of packages. So I'm going to dive directly to the one that's related, which is about the bus replacement and also a decision on the hydrogen electric bus. With your guidance, we have decided to not include an application for hydrogen electric bus pilot or a structure for fueling associated with that. Staff did investigate into that potential. And then another one is we would accelerate a bus replacement application for 8 BEB buses. We currently have 16 NABI buses. NABI is the manufacturer's name, which the manufacturer went bankrupt and those are no longer supported. We have harder time maintaining and getting parts for them. So we do have a fairly pressing need to replace them. 8 of them will be needed in FY26 and another 8 in FY27. So given the fact that battery electric bus, the order lead time is longer than other type of buses such as the compressed natural gas bus we currently have in the fleet, we need to anticipate that delay and order them sooner. We have been in conversation with DRPT staff, and they're very supportive. We have been keeping them in the process of all this thinking, and we feel comfortable and confident to put forward with 8 BEB. These are considered replacement buses because we're swapping out 8 NABI buses. However, we already have 4 BEBs that's right now being manufactured. We have already ordered for a pilot, which is also supported by DRPT. So in a sense, these 8 is being considered as a expanded pilot activity. So together, we're going to get 12 to the end when the 8 comes in. So that is about the sort of the 2 items I have. I know Mike has further discussion about other items.
Yeah, thank you, Wei. Yeah, thanks. I was going to layer on to what Wei has provided you some context and some guidance of where we're headed with the bus applications. As Wei noted, the current 8 BEB application will be considered by DRPT as bus replacements. That's normally considered at a 68% cost share with DRPT, and I think that's very important to recognize the acceleration aspect of that. There has been some question about accelerating or about adding additional buses to the grant application process, so we wanted to just give you some additional insight into that. The additional buses, if we were to provide any, would be considered additional expansion of the fleet, and that would necessitate a separate application process. And associated with that, typically when you have expansion of fleet, there's an associated expansion of service typically that you have to demonstrate. So that constant or that communication that we've been having constantly with our transit team over the last several months, actually 6 months since the summer of 2023 on the application process, we've done a lot of work to support the multiple applications. We still have a significant application with our operation and maintenance facility for the electric charging infrastructure that's going into that facility. But that communication is very important from a relationship standpoint to basically sort of streamline the process for future approval from DRPT. So with the consideration that it's a separate application and the expansion of service element to it, we don't think at this time it's practical or even advisable to submit for additional buses at this time frame. We do think that that's important to continue that relationship with DRPT with some expectation because we've really enjoyed that relationship over the last several years. I would note there's going to be additional opportunities to talk about this in the upcoming CIP update process when we're going to be talking about not only the bus element of our bus replacement fleet, but all the transportation priorities in the DOT portfolio. So wanted to mention that to you. Also, just to announce a couple of other quick things. DES staff is currently working with APS on a separate submittal for APS bus fleet for the EPA's Clean Bus Fleet Program. There's a January 31st deadline for that, where we'll be adding 5 additional buses to the current 3 buses that are currently already being piloted by APS. And just one thing I would note, we plan to work and collaborate with APS with some joint messaging once probably at 2 junctures there is when we actually submit the grant and when those buses are brought into the fleet for piloting purposes. Also, we're going to be kicking off the Trade Center optimization study, where we'll be looking more fully at the whole fleet conversion along with APS. That's going to be kicking off in February, so we think there's really an opportunity to look wholly across the space we have, the resource needs, and many operational elements along with APS at the Trade Center location for that fleet conversion. So hopefully there'll be opportunities for funding leveraging with that, but this is the first step along that journey for our APS fleet. So stand ready to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. I suspect there may be some. We're going to have a lot of conversations about buses over this year and in the CIP. Anybody want to start off? Ms. Cunningham?
First of all, I just want to thank the staff who literally have given us 40 hours in the last 3 weeks to get us up to speed on this, as well as some of the commission. So thank you. And I just want to elevate the point about the Trade Center coordination and APS coordination. I've had some preliminary conversations with some of our school board colleagues. I think this is a really important year for us to get connected and unified on not just this year's plan, but the 10-year plan and the transition plan. So look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Biggest message is, again, a thank you to staff. I did take a break for a few days and not think about buses for the first 2, 3, 4 weeks of my daughter's. She has not been on the bus yet, but that's.
Have we included a toy bus in that? Did we put
We have
toy bus
not,
in that
but
bus?
NVTC gave her a transportation advocate onesie, which I will eventually, But yeah, I agree, Mr. Schwartz. It is a little bit of a nightmare, but I will say that just a big thank you to staff. You've done a ton of work. Let's see if I understand what you said together, because we only ever were going to apply for 8 total buses, and we just switched 2 of them from fuel cell to electric. Or I'm trying to agree with you on the not applying for 2 more, but understand if it was different when they were fuel cell as opposed to electric.
The application package are 2 separate ones. One is for 8 replacement buses that are battery electric. Yeah. Another one is a potential package for a hydrogen electric bus for pilot purpose only. So now with dropping this hydrogen bus pilot idea for this year's application, we're staying with the same 8. That package has never been changed.
That's very helpful just to understand at the level of granularity that we have all engaged on this. I think I would, I think it's fairly clear, but I will state for the public record, we've had a lot of emails about this issue that I think for me, at least, electric going forward is where I am, and pilot has shifted because I think the evidence has emerged with the lack of a hydrogen facility that's remotely close, and I really appreciate the chair for, that evidence has come fast. And so for me, the pilot is more of can electric work at scale or not, as opposed to which technology, because I no longer feel, at least at this stage, that the evidence is that an all of the above strategy is supported by where we are now. And that doesn't foreclose the possibility in fiscal year 2029 with the sewage, but it does say, keeping in mind that we are going to have a legacy of a lot of natural gas that we are not going to, that we have had to recently purchase, but bulking up so we're split more with electric. And I know that will mean more hardcore in-ground, it might mean investments in the CIP. You referred to that on Saturday, Mr. Manager, but I wanted to say that much of where I am. It's pilot, can this work as our at-scale electric is where I am at least.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey?
Yeah, thank you. What a fun first very complicated issue to get briefed on 3 to 5 times. No, I've really appreciated the opportunity to understand this on such a quick pace, and also the thoughtfulness and foresight that I think staff has had. I think there's general concern from the community that we're, with the procurement time span, that we could get crunched in a place where we limit our options just by timing. And I've been so happy to see that we really are thinking forward 2, 3+ fiscal years and thinking about this. And as we go into the CIP, I really am interested in both the way that we can pursue our climate goals within the bus fleet itself, but also how we can pursue our climate goals in the bus operations and getting more riders onto the buses and making sure that we have service levels that that meet those other climate goals as well. And so I think I'm so excited that this is where we ended up on our current grants. And I think thinking long-term future, really thinking about how do we bolster our bus system so that not only do we have the zero emissions buses, but we have people on the zero emission buses.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you. First of all, this is very highly appreciated, all the work, and I know that it's not an easy puzzle, and you have been trying to convey to this board and to many stakeholders the universe of risks. And I appreciate that you always took a appropriate, accurate, and conservative approach to risks. Sometimes progress needs to be, located at the decision level of those who are reflecting the desires of a community, are voted to do this. And I feel that I am there. And this is why I say, yes, there is, there's always a risk with changing a technology, changing a modus operandi, inaugurating a new type of a maintenance facility, having to put electric in, etc. I appreciate your companionship on all this, and I feel pretty certain about my decision on this. I have to ask one thing. For the first time, I crisply understood that that DRPT applications come in 3 flavors. One is replacement, okay? So 12 years plus the, 12 years including the lead time to get the bus. Right? If a bus is 10 years and the lead time is 2 years, the bus qualifies, right, for replacement. The second is pilot, which is this, exploratory type of grant. And the third is expansion of fleet. So we said, and I understand that, you said that the FCEBs, the fuel cell electric buses, were meant as a pilot, and so they cannot qualify for our preferred category, which is replacement, right? Okay. Does this mean that we don't have other NABI buses that would be ripe for replacement right now, that are 12 years or 10 plus 2 years old, that could be, equally fit in the application? I'm just asking. Maybe for other reasons it's not advisable, but just let me know.
First of all, I think this is the first time when I say we, I think it's staff and also through conversation with the DRPT, face the issue of very long order lead time. So in the past years, we go with the 12-year lifespan, and because the bus usually are acquired within 6 months-ish, there's really not much concern about how you then calculate it back, and is that 10 or 10 plus half. This time is the first time that this becomes a discussing point. Without over-promising on behalf of DRPT, which I don't think they would allow me, I just want to say they have been very understanding and willing to talk with us. which is what made us feel confident to put in the application that really the buses are not 12 years old yet. Your question about are there additional buses? There are 8 buses that, according to their life, they will be due to be replaced in FY27. So at this point, to apply for anything for those will be a little bit too much in advance. So I think there will be, again, these applications are annually being considered. So it's to say in the future, maybe just in a year, we may face similar conversation about a decision to be made about the next application.
Okay, thank you. Last question, quick. So what are the direct consequences for the electric installation that we will have to see, be ready for use in the maintenance facility by the end of 25 or 26?
The operation maintenance facility, because these discussions started back in the spring, summer of 2023, a decision was made midsummer of 2023 to go ahead and just have a contingency to order charging plug-ins and pantographs for 12 battery electric buses. So for this application, we should be set for not only the power feeds, the charging cabinets, and the infrastructure needed. So I think we're good here. I would just say for that FY27 purchase, we're going to have to engage in that consideration of additional infrastructure. That could be some additional switchgear, some other equipment, in addition to the pantographs and chargers that would be needed for that facility.
Understood. But the load that we get from Dominion is within the agreed,
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say this particular issue has really shown me how great it is to get new board members on. Because I really appreciate Ms. Coffey saying, I don't care what the bus, well, you didn't quite say it this way, but I don't care what the bus is running. Let's get people on them. That's what we should be doing first. I mean, and you're absolutely right. So I think we need to keep that focus. And also, I think it was Ms. Cunningham who said, doing hydrogen pilots is okay, but we're just a tiny little county and it's really hard to do. Maybe we should let somebody else do it because we don't know where we're getting the fuel. And that made a whole lot of sense to me. Thank you. And with that, I will say, I'm not so sure that hydrogen fuel cell is not the way to go, but we just don't know, and we'll let other people find out, because I know, I believe in California, there are 2 cities, they've been all electric, and they're moving to hydrogen fuel cell. Well, so why are they doing that? We'll figure that out and let them figure that out. And then, again, I am very interested in the green natural gas and us producing our own natural gas that maybe it's a closed loop is even better than anything else. But there's a lot to be determined, a lot of things to think about, and I really appreciate new board members injecting real practicality. Also, the point that the school buses are diesel, and really, we just need to try to get out of using those diesel buses. So thank you. Mr. Manager, and thank you very much, Ms. Wong, Mr. Moon, thank you so much. This is many more discussions to be had. Mr. Schwartz.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, no more reports. All right. Okay, colleagues, if anybody's looking at the agenda, they might be wondering why they see the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority meeting agenda. That's because this board is also known as the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority. And so now I would like to move that the board, County Board, now convene ourselves as the Ballston Quarter Development Authority. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, thank you. With that vote, we are now constituted, instead of being the County Board, we are now the Ballston Quarter Development Authority sitting here. So next, as chair of that board, I would like to move that the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code, sections 2.2, 3711A6, a discussion regarding the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where, if made public initially, the financial interest of the authority would be adversely affected. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. We are now in closed session as the Ballston Community Development Authority, and we will return soon. right. The BQCDA is back in session, and I would like to move that the members of the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the authority. Is there a second? Motion's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And now I will turn, I think, to the manager for a brief presentation on this item.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to the treasurer for a presentation.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Cowan with the treasurer of the CDA, joined by my colleagues Mark McCauley from AED, Jason Freese and Marie Meredith from DMF, and then also online we have the team of consultants and attorneys that have been helping us work through this proposed restructuring. Let me just start with a little bit of history and provide some context for your consideration. The Ballston Quarter redevelopment, you might recall, was approved back in 2016 after completion of a really extensive community land use entitlement and public-private partnership discussion and process. The result of that process was the creation of the body you are sitting on right now, the Ballston Quarter CDA, and the issuance of bonds to help support that development. What prompted this was the then current owner, Forest City, came forward with I think what was a very visionary and different proposal than what the former Ballston Common Mall had experienced over the years. It was a $317 million investment that they had proposed to make, including a complete overhaul of the retail and entertainment areas in the mall, and then a new 406 apartment building. Included in that were costs related to around $54 million in what we call public realm improvements that were needed for the project to be successful, as well as for Ballston, that to have improvements to what we were aging public assets. So as an example, those public improvements included enhancements to the Ballston Public Parking Garage, wayfinding, new elevators, and new elevator lobbies, better connection to the Iceplex, new public plaza space that you're familiar with, as well as significant improvements along Wilson and Randolph. And the way those public realm improvements were financed were through the issuance of the bonds through the Ballston Quarter CDA. At that time, the CDA issued about $59 million in bonds for those improvements. The security of the revenue stream that backed those bonds is 65% of incremental real estate, meals, and sales tax revenue, with 35% remaining with the general fund. That is a sort of a key part of the county's TIF policies, that we never over leverage and we make sure that a portion of any development TIF revenues go back to the general fund. The structure that we developed at that point in time was consistent with our TIF financial and debt policies, and the bonds are not a legal obligation of Arlington County, only of the CDA, and so are not appear on the county's balance sheet. What's happened to the project since the project was completed in late 2019 is similar to what has happened to other types of projects in the region and the country. So first of all, as you know, there has been a move away from bricks and mortar retail and more to e-commerce, particularly in the home goods area and other things like that, which was what Forest City at the time was really targeting. Then it got hit by COVID, where virtually all retail, entertainment, restaurants were shut down from March 2020 into the first part of 2022, which, of course, hurt stabilization of the property. And then more recently, the difficulties in the capital markets with, lending requirements and then higher interest rates has not helped either. So it's sort of been a perfect storm of not only for Ballston Quarter, but for other projects, but especially for Ballston Quarter. So the results of, because of those issues, these broader market issues, it has impacted the financial performance of those incremental tax revenues. Those revenues are lagging the projections that were originally made when we issued the bonds in 2016. The CDA has utilized all of the available reserves it had at the establishment of when the bonds were issued, and absent a restructuring, there will be a shortfall in debt service and a possible default. We have been monitoring this carefully for the last year and a half. Over the last year, we've been working really hard with the current owner, Brookfield, as well as the contract purchase option owner of the Macy's site that you all as a county board approved for redevelopment last year. And just to see, well, what is the trajectory of the project? And all of that analysis and those conversations, indicate that the project will hopefully be in stabilization in the 27 to 29 timeframe when the Macy's redevelopment comes online. So we had the new revised revenue projections. Then we began working with investors and our consultants on, well, how can we restructure this debt? There were a couple key principles as we approached that conversation. One, we did not want to change in that 65% TIF revenue pledge with the remaining 35% going to the general fund. And that we are very mindful about any negative scrutiny that a default would have by various participants in the capital markets if that situation would occur, both for the CDA and the county. I think we have a very strong reputation in the markets for strong financial management and, moved afoot consistent with that. So here we are with a restructuring proposal in front of you. There's a lot of legal documents, right? But let me give you the highlights of what the major terms are of the document. And those are included in the letter of intent that's attached to the resolution. So as I mentioned, no change in the 65% TIF revenue pledge, an amortization schedule, so a repayment schedule that matches those revised projections, right? It just really matches up with what we expect to receive, over the next 5 or 7 years. The final maturity on the bonds is extended from 2046 to 2059, and then does replenish and establish a few more reserves that are required by bondholders in the indenture. This only, as I mentioned, we did issue 2 series of bonds back in 2016. This restructuring only impacts the first series of bond that was originally issued for around $44 million. We call them the 2016A bonds. The 2016 bonds, around $15 million outstanding. Those continue to be supported by the property owner, Brookfield, who has a special assessment. They have to pay a special assessment to the degree there's any debt service shortfall, and they have been doing so. The approach for this restructuring, because you'll see the words in the title of the board report, is a tender approach where the investors they're tendering the bonds back to the CDA in exchange for the new restructured bonds at the new terms. It's a bit of a unique approach for the municipal market, but one that we felt was best given the structure that we were trying to accomplish. That is just a high-level overview. I'm happy to answer any more questions. I would say this, that, well, Mark McCauley and I have been working on this project for over 10 years. And when we step back and we reflect, has the project made a difference? And despite it has gone through incredibly challenging times, COVID, the change in, the market, the retail market. But I think if you look back at what Ballston was and what it is today, it is much better with this project. To have the old Ballston Common Mall, and without those public improvements, I don't think Ballston would be the success it is. So despite these challenges, I think it was important that we made that investment. And I can't leave this. We have had, first of all, Mark, Jason, and Maria have been awesome in just stepping up to work on this day and night. And then I want to recognize, if I can, our consulting team, our financial advisors, Public Financial Management, PFM, the special revenue consultants, MuniCap, and then our bond counsel, McGuire Woods. They were with us at the beginning of this deal back in 2014. They've been here all along, and we really, their innovation and their perseverance and really understanding the county's, or the CDA's, county and CDA's goals as we went through this restructuring were super important. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cowan. All right, colleagues, any questions for our staff at the moment? Ms. Cunningham, I'll just work my way down.
Residual.
Madam Chair, I just really want to thank the team for the work and then thank you for the presentation. I think it both gave a clear picture and was honest, and also helped us understand the key steps that you have outlined in this item. Can you or one of the team talk a little bit about recent leasing activity in Ballston Quarter and the status of the Macy's redevelopment? That seems critical for the medium to long term.
I'll turn it over to Mr. McCauley, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. There's been an uptick in leasing activity, some that have come in front of the board. The conversion of a large space that was going to be a home goods store to Grace Community Church. Similar arrangement with another large space that will be a medical facility. And while those were not the anticipated uses when we went in 2016 because of there was this sense of there was a demand for home good and home furniture stores, and those no longer really exist in terms of opening new stores. We do think that there'll be very significant generators of travel and volume. Grace Community Church, as many of you probably know, is a very active use. It's just not a church. It has a real community function. And the hospital use will be a full facility that will bring in customers, and I think will feed some of the demand for the food and beverage and other retail uses on the site. We have seen a very strong recovery in the food and beverage space, particularly on the Wilson Boulevard corridor, and even in Ballston corridor, which tended to rely more on a mix of daytime population, which isn't as strong. When we have seen vacancies there, they've been pretty quickly replaced by other businesses. So right now, they're 77% occupied, about 85% leased, with the Johns Hopkins not having moved in. And they think they're going to get to stabilization by next year. So I think we're pretty optimistic that side of it. So on the Insight part of it, we do know that Insight is still the contract purchaser for that site. And obviously has stalled, the development timeline has stalled because of interest rates, but we do see some significant improvement in that market month by month. And so we're hopeful that sometime this summer they can start construction.
Thank you. That's also very helpful in laying it all out and providing the context of the two numbers, 77 and 85. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Mr. Karantonis?
Just to thank everybody. I've had the opportunity to liaise with the Ballston bid and all stakeholders in Ballston. Ballston is an excellent place. Like everything in the metropolitan region right now, it faces some difficulties, but anybody who takes a bus and goes to, and walks around from North Glebe down to the surroundings, will see a significant improvement that is constant and it's improving all the time. There is absolutely no doubt that we are in a right place despite difficulties. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question. I was wondering, how's the Origin apartment complex performing? Because that's another significant.
Yeah, that has continued to be a very high performer.
Yeah.
Those assessments have continued to go up. The office building also that's in the TIF district is well occupied. Now their value has gone down because of changes in capital markets in recent years, but that has also been a success. And yeah, but the apartments are continue to be sort of a very high performer in terms of rents and occupancy.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the underlying structure is pretty successful. The location, the metro, and everything that's been done there. So that's great. I think we're ready for a motion. If I might make a motion, I will move approval of the attached resolution authorizing a tender and exchange of the Ballston Quarter CDA Revenue Bonds Series 2060A and related transaction and documents. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great. Motion passes 5-0, and we have approved authorizing the tender and exchange of the revenue bonds. Thank you all so very much. I know it's a lot of effort, and I'm really glad that our finance staff has been working so hard. It's now going to have a break as we move into budget season. And then you get a break as we move into the CIP. Anyway, I hope you guys are eating your Wheaties and taking a little bit of a break. It's been a lot of work already. Thank you so very much. Okay. All right. Okay, colleagues, we are now going to change our hats again. I would now like to now move that the authority end its meeting and convene as the County Board of Arlington County. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are now the Arlington County Board. And now, as the Arlington County Board, I really feel like we ought to have hats. Don't you? I just think we should. All right, I would like to move that the County Board convene in a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A3, 7, and 8 for discussions regarding discussions about the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in an open meeting would affect the bargaining position or negotiation negotiating strategy of the public body. Also, consultation with the county attorney regarding probable litigation where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the board, and consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding certain land use matters. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All right. We are now in recess. We will return no earlier than 6:30 p.m. We are in closed session. Okay, the county board is back in open session, and I would like to move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham? Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. And I believe we are now to the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, of which we have one, item number 20. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
There are no speakers.
All right, thank you. And I think, why don't you go ahead and read the item, and we'll move to presentation.
Item number 20, which is acceptance and appropriation of $75,000 in fiscal year 2024 from the National Landing Business Improvement District to provide small business support services and technical assistance to small businesses in the National Landing through the Arlington Economic Development Biz Launch Division.
Thank you. And I think we have some friends of ours from the BID are here. And Mr. Manager, I think we have a presentation.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Miss Biz Launch herself, Tara Palacios.
Awesome. Thank you. Am I on? Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to be before you today to talk about a program that is near and dear to our hearts, which is Relaunch. It is a program that is underneath our Biz Launch program, which of course started back in 2002. And since then, we've hit about 80,000 businesses. So we're really, really proud of that number. Relaunch began out of need during the pandemic. And we were looking to be able to help businesses. So we'd surveyed them several times and asked them, going through the pandemic, what do you need? And we saw a lot of pain points, and we did grants, we did other things, but we were looking for technical assistance as well as like tangible things that they could wrap their arms around to really help them. And that's when Relaunch was born. It has since received a gold award from IEDC, which we're very, very proud of. But it started in April of 2021, and there were, since inception, 383 applications, of which we've served 309 businesses have gone through the program. The top industries that are hit by Relaunch are food, personal services, and retail. The top locations of the 309 businesses, 22204. We've seen 43% of the businesses from 22204, 22201, 22%, and 22202, which is National Landing, 15% in Crystal City itself. And the benefits of the program really were about helping the businesses throughout the pandemic so they wouldn't fail, so that they would be able to survive, that they'd be able to be provided with technical assistance as well as technology assistance. So really bridging the digital divide for legacy businesses, those that have been around 10 plus years that needed assistance and just with not having a brick and mortar, but also being able to pivot and be online. So we have services that are received in that way. And it's really been helpful because we'll have SMEs, people that are specialized in a particular area, but they don't know the first about developing or building a website. And so looking at some of the success, we survey all of the businesses that go through the program. And I'm happy to report that 88% said that the program met expectations, 90% would recommend to others, other businesses in Arlington, 50% said it improved their business operations, and 42% said it helped increase their brand awareness. Now, I am also in the process of working with the National League of Cities. We received a Kauffman Foundation to help us measure impact. And so this program, along with the work that we do with BizLaunch, is at the top of the list. We're in a challenge grant. Mark signed off on it last month. We're really excited. The challenge grant is going to be, we're looking for technology solutions to help us measure impact. And we will receive a grant of up to $15,000 to help us, and we can match and put additional funding in. So I'm really excited about that, to have that tool and to be able to look across the country at organizations to help us reach that. So that's very exciting. And we're excited to work with our friends at the National Landing Bid. We know that there's a lot of development that's going on, particularly in the underground. There's opportunities, but we really, really want to be able to retain our legacy businesses and help them figure out how to pivot and to be able to be supported with this initiative. And so we really want those businesses to stay in Arlington, even if they must relocate or they've given information that they have to find another location. And so I'm going to turn to my friends at the National Landing Bid who can talk more in detail about what we are seeking to do, and we're very excited about it.
Excellent. Ms. Gabriel, Ms. Scriven, go ahead. Actually, push it again, and the red light will come on. Yes, for odd reasons, red means on. Yes, you got it.
Okay, good. Great. Good evening, Chair Garvey, members of the board. My name is Malika Scriven, the Vice President of Planning and Development here at the BID. I'm joined today by President and Executive Director Tracy Saya Gabriel, and we're thrilled to talk a little bit more about proposing and funding this really exciting program called Relaunch that Tara just mentioned. Small businesses are essentially the backbone of our community. And in the past several years, our small businesses have faced acute pressures due to COVID pressures, staffing shortages, price increases, and decreased on-street traffic from a changing office environment. And in response, the BID has really expanded our economic development program to provide direct support to our small businesses since the start of the pandemic. For example, in 2020, we partnered with AED to provide $100,000 to the county's emergency grant program to provide direct grants for National Landing businesses, which was administered by BizLaunch. And then again, in 2021 and 2022, we collaborated with the Restaurant Association to establish the Love Local Recovery and Relief Grant Fund, again, providing grants directly to our small businesses who were most impacted and in need. And this year, we found that our legacy businesses, those that are serving our community for 10 or more years, are facing the greatest challenges. As our neighborhood grows and experiences change, we all want our business to have the opportunity to thrive. And really changing the market conditions and shifting interest towards street-facing retail has significantly impacted some of our long-standing businesses and increased their need for technical assistance. And so to meet this need, the BID naturally looked at our AED partners and BizLaunch as a way to successfully implement this program. And so what do we hope to achieve? We want to really partner with AED to expand the existing Relaunch program with an additional $75K from our BID's FY24 operating budget. Our hope is to prioritize National Landing businesses by expanding the availability of this in-demand county program to specifically serve legacy businesses, which we know is, as we stated before, it's a vulnerable segment of our community. And using Relaunch to target National Landing businesses is really consistent with our FY24 work plan, which outlines tenant retention as an important economic development goal. We really believe that expanding Relaunch as proposed offers our businesses the best approach to accessing tools that and the expertise, which is really necessary to address some of their varied business needs. And today, we're recommending a change to the eligibility criteria for our businesses to increasing it from 10 or less employees to 50 or less employees.
Thank you.
And our intention with this increase is to really serve as many legacy businesses as possible. Really increasing the employee count meets the spirit of the program. And it also is consistent with the existing Relaunch program requirements and parameters. So in conclusion, we're really excited for another opportunity to work with our BizLaunch partners. We're really thrilled that this is going to be a highly impactful program for our legacy businesses. So I thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. All right, that's the presentation, yeah. And discussions from now the board, and what I'd like to do is start off with a motion. Mr. Karantonis, I believe you've got a motion for us,
Thank
and then
you,
we'll see
Madam
if there's
Chair.
some questions and discussion. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will start by moving the county manager's recommendation to authorize the county manager or his designee to accept the return of $75,000 from the national landing bid to provide small business support services and technical assistance to small businesses in national landing through the Arlington Economic Development Biz Launch Division, and secondly, to appropriate the $75,000 from the National Landing Business Improvement District, parentheses 101.359910, closing parentheses, to the Arlington Economic Development Biz Launch Division, which is 101.71017. I assume that these are the account numbers of these entities. And I'm not so sure that this belongs to the motion because...
But it's there, I think
but
it's okay.
So I'm following the legal... so that's the motion.
And I'll look for a second. Thank you. Well, it's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion? Mr.
Yes, and
Karantonis?
I will try to be very brief. I'm very excited to do that. I have to tell you, I was struggling a little bit when I read the item in our consent agenda because this is where it belonged. I said, okay, and now what are we converting ourselves to a contractor of the business improvement district? But then I realized that Biz Launch is really big and it really works for all of Arlington. So it's a good idea to actually, return, quote unquote, some of the money to strengthen a program that has now a increased scale and can actually do a difference, produce better outcomes for the businesses that are in Crystal City. And I'm especially happy to see that this is about legacy businesses. 10 years? 10 years is a very long time for a business of less than 10 employees. Yes. So these are the absolute survivors, and we owe them to, make it possible that they continue to survive. So I thank you for all the very, very hard work, your support for Biz Launch, and, the love that is reciprocated from Biz Launch on the streets and the shops in Crystal City. Thank you.
Great. All right. Any other questions or comments? Mr. DeFranti.
I just wanted to make sure I understood. You said 50 employees. The staff report online says 10 still, but it's meant to be 50. And I'm just trying to clarify that it's up to 50.
Yes.
And that's
correct.
Okay, great. I was just trying to see if I heard every word of your motion. I know there was email to this effect. I just wanted to confirm for the record. Thanks.
Exactly. Anything else? I think we're probably ready for a vote. Thank you so much for coming in. This is a great program. Love to be helping out legacy businesses and trying to keep them here. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for coming in. It's great to see you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the next item?
Yes, item number 32 is a resolution for Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority financing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Manager, I think we're back over to you again.
Yeah, Ms. Coward's coming out. Hold on 1 second.
Yep. Sorry. Ms. Countess, nice to see you again.
I was sprinting over here from my office.
It's all right.
Forgot my ID, you know how it goes. So the item before you is related to the Ballston Quarter CDA item you took up earlier this evening. A legal requirement for the issuance of any additional bonds by the CDA requires you, as the sponsoring body in control of the tax revenue streams, to approve that additional issuance. So what's before you is a similar resolution to what you did before, but in your role as, which you acted on earlier, in your role as county board members. Same deal, same everything.
Yeah, yeah. As I say, we should have had hats that we could keep taking on and off. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers on this particular item?
No.
Okay, great. I think I'll go ahead and start us off with a motion, if I might. I move that the County Board approve the resolution, attachment 1 of the staff report dated January 20th, approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the Ballston Quarter Community Development Authority and approving actions related thereto. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Motion has been moved and seconded. We've had a lot of discussion. I don't feel the need to talk to this motion anymore. Is there anything anybody else would like to add this evening? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0, I believe. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Cowan. Nice to see you again. So colleagues, we've got a couple of additional items, and I will make a motion here. First, I move that the county board authorize the county attorney or her designee to enter into a common interest agreement and information sharing agreement with the Commonwealth and other interested plaintiffs regarding potential litigation pertaining to the production, marketing, use, disposal, discharge, or release of, I'm going to just say PFAS. Is that all right, Madam Clerk? Thank you very much for PFAS. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded, and I think this is an agreement that we can hopefully move forward with and hopefully get some work on the taking care of PFAS, which is a problem, and we'd like to be supportive in taking care of it. That problem. Any discussion? No. Oh, no? All right. Motion's here and been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And I've got one more motion, colleagues. I move that the county board approve the amendments to the employment agreements with the county manager, the county attorney, and the clerk of the board, and authorize the chairman, myself, to sign each of the aforesaid amendments on behalf of the county board. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. I think we can just go ahead and vote. We've discussed this back in December, not with these two, but with the other board there. We're just ratifying that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. I will sign these agreements. And is there anything else to come before the board?
No, there is not.
All right, seeing nothing else to come before the board, without objection, we are adjourned, and we'll see everybody at our regular meeting in February. Thank you. All right, thank you all.